Honestly, be anything. I mean, it was tough for me to go against him. I'm just thinking Bourbon Bash will keep him honest on the front end today.
Plenty of speed in race number 6 in the Bowman Mill as we look for those 2-year-olds who can get a little black type next to their name. It is time now for our Clocker Report, taking a look at what the Clockers think about some of these young horses and who you might want to pay attention to coming in to the card today. A couple horses to point out in both races 3 and 4.
Le Davida is a very exciting horse. I went back and watched the replay last time out. She beat Powder River, who my husband Norm trains, who finished second yesterday. She just loves to run second, bless her. But Le Davida was incredibly impressive in her stateside debut for Ignacio Correas, and apparently she's been working well since that impressive victory at Churchill Downs.
3-length victory back on September the 15th that you mentioned. Vincent Chaminade will be back aboard here today. Up to race number 4, another Clocker Report horse. Threes are wild here, 33-43. If you're writing this down in your program. Allowance Company non-winners of 7 furlongs the distance in the 4th race. Take a look at Gina, the homebred for Godolphin. Back to Mike Stidham, who could have a big closing day.
And what did I say? This horse is a 3-year-old filly. She has 3 starts, Colonial, Woodbine, and Delaware. He likes to ship his horses around.
And she, so far, has that big victory last time out. So to her credit, that was a 5 3/4 length win. She runs on Lasix for the first time today. And those works are here locally, so that does bode well for what we might see from her here.
Yep, so that is a Clocker Report, but now time to take a look at those multi-race sequences, and we're going to kick off with the late pick 4, and I thought the 7th race was very, very challenging. This is a 6.5 furlong race on the dirt, and I used how many? 2, 4, 6 horses. The 4, the 6, the 9, 11, 12, and the 14 who does draw in off the AE for Jeremiah Engelhardt, who had an impressive winner earlier this week. In the 8th race, using the 2 and the 8, again, that's the Bryan Station Phil D'Amato runner, and the 8 Wit for Todd Pletcher. As we get to the 9th race, the 1 and the 4, West Will Power and First Captain, of course, is going to be the heavy favorite. And in the 10th race, just the 1 and the 6. I think it's going to be Wesley Ward. I just don't know which Wesley Ward, so I'm using both of them. Spicy Marg is going to be the bigger price at 7-2. Ticket price is $24.
Nice affordable play in the late pick 4 today. The turf pick 3, one of my favorite wagers here at Keeneland, stringing together 3 of those turf races. We'll go with race 5, one of the features, race number 8, that tricky effort there with the 3-year-olds, and then race number 10 to close it out.
Yeah, the only race that I didn't already talk about that doesn't overlap is the 5th race. So the 1, 2, 3, and the 7. The 1 Steel Money, going to be using the 2 General Jim, as well as the 3 Disdainful, and the 7 Blame the Good Times.
How about some best angles on the day? Any angles you have that you can share with us that might find a winner?
Yeah, let's take you back to race 5. As I mentioned, this race is very, very, very challenging. It's a first level allowance race, 1 1/16 on the firm listed turf course. The 2 General Jim is the morning line favorite at 7-2 for Cortland Farm and trainer Shug McGahee. This horse closed to win last time out against Maiden Special Weight Company at Saratoga. But what I wanted, the horse in here that I kind of wanted to focus on is actually the 7, Blame the Good Times for trainer Brian Lynch. Do we have that backtrack, guys? Okay, let's show you the replay of this horse last time out. This was in his turf debut at Kentucky Downs. He's down on the inside. You can see the turf that day really kicking up. It had a lot of moisture in it. You can also see rain falling. So maybe on this day, he was the only horse that got over the surface. And that's a fair assessment. Like, that's a fair opinion to have of this horse. He kind of has that daisy cutter action and just taking himself over the top of the turf course. But it proved to be a blowout victory. You don't see young horses win turf races by over 5 lengths, and that he did. And he beat a couple of horses in there who would go on to run well, including Ghent, the 3rd place finisher, would come back to win. So I really liked him in that race. My exacta is going to be to single him on top of a couple of horses underneath. I think you can get some nice prices under there.
Scott's best angle comes to you in the last race today. We'll jump ahead to race number 10. We'll be back on the turf course for a quick 5.5 furlong turf sprint, a condition allowance event. Pretty tough group here as well. Do note the scratch of the 10 Explicate. Down along the inside, Illegal Smile is 8-5 as the morning line choice. Here we have Wesley Ward, Jose Ortiz teaming up in here. And he's looking at a horse that's 2 for 2 here at Keeneland. That's always a strong angle, especially when you're turf sprinting. Horse for course, a horse that likes the distance, because even though it sounds very subtle, a 5 furlong turf sprint is not a 5.5, it's not a 6, it's not a 6.5. These are all very different types of races at times and over certain surfaces. So Illegal Smile, 2 for 2 here at Keeneland, absolutely a strong angle. We'll take a look back and a backtrack for this filly, the daughter of Camacho. This is back at Saratoga, 9th race on the program on August the 20th. Her victory, or her third place effort, I should say, in the Smart and Fancy.
And she finished second to Caravel, who came back to win here at Keeneland for trainer Brad Cox. I am a big fan of Caravel. I think she's such an honest runner. And she was forwardly placed in there. She had the right trip, whereas Illegal Smile, she kind of got shuffled back a little bit, had to close, and wound up finishing third, beaten 3/4 of a length. But I think if you can be within 3/4 of the length against a horse like Caravel, you're going to be a heavy favorite in an allowance race at Keeneland.
Yeah, so she's a short price. Scott going to make a big bet, $100 to win on Illegal Smile today. That's
I want to know where the $100 is coming from.
Right.
Maybe yesterday. He had a good day yesterday.
Did he have a good day yesterday? Oh,
Yeah,
we'll talk
he had
about
some
that
good exactas.
a little bit at the end of the show. I know you guys have some side wagers going on as well. So not just Scott's best bets and Gabby's in terms of the angles, but how about Tom Leach? Let's go to him now for his pick of the day.
Trying to find a long shot on this closing day card. We'll go to race 5 and look at number 9, Oscar Award for trainer Johnny Ortiz. They wanted to run this horse in the Bourbon Stakes on opening weekend. So I know from talking to Johnny that they're very high on Oscar Award. Comes off a nice win, showed a significant improvement from the first start to the second start. And if he takes another step forward, at 12-1 on the morning line, we could perhaps catch a nice price. This horse is by Oscar Performance, who is a son of Kitten's Joy. The Kitten's Joys love this turf course, so this horse should do just fine on the Keeneland lawn and hopefully get us a price to close out the fall meet. Oscar Award in race 5.
Tom, thank you very much for the best bets of the day. Okay, time now for the side bets of the day. Are you guys tied coming into the last
because
day?
we had double or nothing. I was kind of blowing the doors off the field, so to speak. And
then you left.
We did a lightning round so that he could come back, and it was a tie game yesterday, but he did have a fantastic day. I will say this about Scott Hazelton. He won yesterday with 6 exactas, totaling $127 and change. That's profit. Okay, so he did a really good job.
Betting the $2 exactas, right? Or was he playing a little more?
$1 exactas, Isaac. $1 exactas, so that's really good. And he had 4 top pick winners. I mean, it's not a bad day.
Well, we showed you that full page with his selections coming into today. Hopefully the streak continues and the momentum goes into closing day.
But the side wager,
today, then?
the side wager. So Scott said that Brad Cox was going to rally and get the trainer's title here. I said that my man T. Pletch was going to hang on. He was going to hang on. So if you agree with me, if you think Todd Pletcher is going to win the training title, use hashtag Team Gabby. If you think Brad Cox is going to rally today and take the trainer's title, use hashtag Team Scott. But what if like Wesley Ward comes in? What have we figured that out?
And then is it a tie? Is it a tie in the end? I don't know.
Well, I think it's just I win if Brad Cox doesn't win. Okay.
Sorry, Scott, and he's not here to argue his position, so we'll leave it at that. Earlier this morning, as we mentioned, Flightline did put in his final work for the Breeders' Cup Classic. Let's take a look at it now. It was early here at 7:30. There were so many of you fans that might still be here for the racing today, here to enjoy this. And as per usual, Gabby, he just floats out there.
I was talking to a woman that was hanging out on the rail this morning, and she actually saw him when he sold and when he was a yearling, and she has been obsessed with him ever since. She woke up at 5 a.m. She came out here just to see him. The rail was lined with fans and spectators. We also saw a really packed grandstand as well. So it's not only fans coming out, it's also his competitors, people in the industry that are just so much in awe of this horse.
We hope we see something very, very special come next weekend. Gabby, great work all meet.
Thank you.
Scott, both here for this show. Good luck today on closing day.
When the thoroughbred world descends upon Lexington this November, there is one place you need to be. The place where history comes alive with every championship victory.
He's authentic indeed!
The place where the future is built with the fall of a gavel. The place that exists to be the heart of this industry. The center of it all. Home to the November breeding stock sale and 2022 Breeders' Cup. Keeneland.
This new Toyota Tundra is amazing. It's rugged and capable.
Designed, engineered, and built right here in the USA.
And Tundra is more powerful and more fuel efficient.
The iForce Max hybrid powertrain delivers 437 horsepower.
And with the multi-terrain select, no matter what the conditions are, it automatically adjusts the engine throttle and traction.
While the crawl control modulates the throttle and brakes.
When we say you can go anywhere and do anything,
Tundra really means it.
yeah.
Toyota. Let's go places.
Keeneland welcomes Blue Note to the paddock. Blue Note is the newest University of Kentucky a cappella group and is open to all UK choir members. The group appears every year at UK choral concerts and are featured during the annual college holiday performances. Today, Blue Note is pleased first to present our state song, My Old Kentucky Home.
The sun shines bright on my old Kentucky home. 'Tis summer, the children are gay. 'Tis summer, children are gay. Corn tops ripe and the meadows in the bloom, while the birds make music all the day. Weep no more, my lady. Oh, weep no more today. Today we will sing one song for my old Kentucky home, for my old Kentucky home, far away. The day goes by like a shadow o'er the heart. A shadow with sorrow was delight. Sing no more by the glimmer of the moon. Oh, my old Kentucky home, good night. Weep no more, my lady. Oh, weep no more today. Today we will sing one song for my old Kentucky home, for my old Kentucky home, far away. For my old Kentucky home, far away.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Keeneland is proud to recognize Nathan Laughlin with dining as the Employee of the Day. Congratulations, Nathan.
In the event of an emergency, Keeneland is dedicated to ensuring the safety of our patrons. This video illustrates the proper evacuation protocol from all locations in the Keeneland Grandstand facility. Depending on the nature of the emergency, directions may be altered. Please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel. Patrons should never use elevators during an evacuation. Patrons in the corporate boxes, Eclipse Room, and Phoenix Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Lafayette Room, Keeneland Room, Lexington Room, and Kentucky Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the third floor main clubhouse and clubhouse paddock dining rooms should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Bluegrass Room and third floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the Finish Line Room and Green Room should exit using the stairway leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the second level and through the doors outside. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the outside reserved grandstand seats and boxes should proceed down the nearest stairway to the ground level. Proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the second floor main clubhouse dining room and Life Members Room should exit using the stairway on the south side of the administrative offices. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the South Gate. Patrons in the second floor clubhouse paddock dining room and clubhouse tavern should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the mezzanine bar and second floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the east gate. Patrons in the sports bar and cantina should exit through the doors leading to the north terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the north gate. Patrons in the lower club, clubhouse lawn, club lobby, and director's room should proceed toward the clubhouse parking lot using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the gift shop should proceed toward the south gate using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the apron area should proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the south gate or the east gate. Patrons in the equestrian room and first floor Brats and Brew should proceed towards the north terrace and exit through the north gate. Patrons in the paddock area and north terrace should proceed toward the nearest point of exit, the south gate, east gate, or north gate. After evacuating the facility, please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel in the safest route to return to your vehicle. Thank you for your attention and cooperation.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse for Teacher Appreciation Day and closing day of the fall meet. Mandatory payouts today. Main track is fast and the turf is firm. The rail at 20 feet on the turf course. Time now for a look at the program changes beginning at the first race. Race 1 is where the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes begin. It's also the start of the early pick 5. In the opener, Scratch the 6, Renee. First race, Scratch the 6, Renee. Second race, start of the early pick 4. Scratch number 2, Dial It Up a Notch. Scratch number 2, Dial It Up a Notch. No changes in the third event. No changes at this time in race 4. Turning to race 5. Race 5 is where the pick 6 begins, no carryover. Also start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up today of races 5, 8, and 10. In that fifth race, scratch number 8, Bling. Also scratch the 14, Princely, the 15, Highway Robber, and the 16, Tappett's Conquest. That's in the fifth race. Scratch number 8, Bling. Also scratch the 14, Princely, the 15, Highway Robber, and the 16, Tappett's Conquest. Please note, number 13, Housed, draws into the race. Number 13, Housed, draws into the race. Sixth event, start of the late pick 5. Scratch number 6, Hurricane J. That's the sixth race. Scratch number 6, Hurricane J. Seventh race, start of the late pick 4. In that seventh event, scratch number 1, It's a Bang Bang. Scratch number 3, Shipman. Also scratch the 15, Mud Puddle, and scratch the 16, Top Secret. That's race 7. Again, scratch the 1, It's a Bang Bang. Scratch number 3, Shipman. Also scratch the 15, Mud Puddle, and the 16, Top Secret. Please note, both the 13, Boko, and the 14, Lupo's Legacy, draw into the race. Again, 13, Boko, and 14, Lupo's Legacy, draw into the race. Contrary to the program, though, the jockey for the 14, Lupo's Legacy, James Graham. James Graham, the jockey for 14, Lupo's Legacy. Eighth race, the Bryan Station. Take out the also eligibles, 13 through 16. Red Danger, Underdressed, Churchtown, Dakota Gold. They did not draw into the race. Featured ninth, the Hagyard Fayette. Scratch the 2, Chess Chief. That's in the featured ninth race, the Hagyard Fayette. Scratch number 2, Chess Chief. As a result of that scratch, no superfecta on race 9. No superfecta on the 9th. The 10th and final race, carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $8,599. Again, closing day of the fall meet, mandatory payout. In that 10th race, scratch the 4, Madam McLean. Scratch the 10, Explicate. Also scratch 12, Girl with a Dream, and 13, Connie K. That's in the 10th and final race. Scratch the 4, Madam McLean. Also scratch 10, Explicate. Also scratch 12, Girl with a Dream, and 13, Connie K. Jockey change for the 5, Lemos Cunha, Joel Rosario. That's the 10th race, number 5, Lemos Cunha. Jockey will be Joel Rosario. Those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Gabby Gaudette.
Kurt Becker, thank you very much, and happy closing day to you as we take a look at today's program, and welcome all of the teachers as it is Teacher Appreciation Day, and we have a lot of nice big crowd here so far to enjoy wonderful racing and beautiful weather for closing day right here at Keeneland. We have excellent racing card on tap with 3 stakes races, and we'll start it off with the race 9, the Grade 2 Haggard Fayette, as this is going to be 1 1/8 miles on the main track. Scratch the 2 Chess Chief, and the number 4 horse, First Captain, is going to be the 6-5 morning line favorite for trainer Shug McGahee. He comes out of a 3rd place finish behind Olympiad, who's going to the Breeders' Cup Classic. That was against Grade 1 Company, but he did win the Grade 3 Pimlico Special earlier this year. I think his biggest foe is going to be the horse on the rail, the one West Will Power, coming out of the Brad Cox barn, who has a little bit more speed. That's race 9, the Grade 2 Haggard Fayette. As we go to race 8, this is the Bryant Station, which is going to be a Grade 3 event, 1 mile on the turf course. And taking a look at this big field, Wit, the number 8 horse, is going to be the morning line favorite. But we also have the likes of the 5 Classic Causeway, who actually was a Grade 1 winner earlier this year for trainer Kenny McPeak. He won the Grade 1 Belmont Derby at 1 1/4 miles at Belmont back in July. We have Balnikov towards the inside, the number 2 horse for trainer Phil D'Amato, who had a fantastic summer at Del Mar. And, of course, another one for trainer Brad Cox, the one Ready to Perform. A big group of horses here, competitive race later today. So we go to the race 6, and that's going to be the Bowman Mill, another competitive race here. Scratch the number 6, Hurricane J, in this event, and the number 3 horse, Quick Hammer, is your 5-2 morning line favorite. But there's a lot of fast 2-year-old boys in this race. Sir Lancelot, the number 2 horse, he comes in off of back-to-back victories. He's undefeated in 2 starts for trainer Mike Stidham. The 3 Quick Hammer, he won first time out for trainer Brad Cox. And we also have the Keeneland September sales graduate, the 7 Bourbon Bash for the Hall of Famer, and the coach, D. Wayne Lucas, at 4-1. Those are the featured events on today's program, but do take note, it's a mandatory payout in that Super High 5. And coming into the final race of today, we do have a carryover of over $8,500, just shy of $8,600 actually. So take advantage of the Toyota Super High 5. That's going to be in the last race of today's program. Ten races on today's card, and we kick off the early pick 5, race 1, pick 3 wagering also available here. This race is 6 furlongs on the main track, and we have fast and firm conditions, a beautiful day here in Lexington, Kentucky. This is a maiden $20,000 claiming race, and here's my top selection in the 3 Alsana for trainer Ron McQuett. This horse comes out of pretty tough races at Remington Park, takes a drop in class for this 3-year-old filly down to the $20,000 level. She's been facing maiden special weight company. Last time out, she did face a couple of next out winners as well, including the winner, Squillions, and Aquila Moon, also coming out of that race to go on and win. Blinkers go on to freshen her up, and she also turns back in distance. I think all the right moves to hopefully lead her into the winner's circle today. The number 2, Jones Way, is an 0-for-20 maiden, and she is the 4-5 favorite right now, but she drops down in class. The lowest level that she has faced for in the past was for $16,000 claimers, and that was at Hawthorne. I like her, I respect her, I use her, but I also think that we can try to beat her, especially if you consider that she's going to be a heavy favorite. That maiden $16,000 race that she ran in this time last year at Hawthorne was easier than what she faces here today. So I don't know if this is the biggest drop in class, and I think you have to ask yourself, what is the right price on the 2 Jones Way? 4-5 for me is just way too short. And we go to the outside, the number 7, Avery, for trainer Cody Rosen. This horse turns back in distance and goes from turf to dirt. This horse has never tried the main track before, but she's bred for it. She's a filly by Malibu Moon. And I just think some of those races that she was running in were fine in terms of a talent standpoint. So the drop in class, I think, should certainly help her, but we do have a lot of drops in class in here. I think it all really depends on who wants to go to the lead, who shows speed, and we'll figure it out who has the potential to do that. I actually think that she might have the tactical advantage. Even though she turns back in distance, she had a lot of speed at a mile last time out. We'll see if Avery can lead the pack from gate to wire, as she is on the board at 4-1. Riders will be up momentarily as we are 14 minutes out to kick off closing day at Keeneland.
Hagyard Equine Medical Institute is pleased to sponsor the Best Turned Out Awards today at Keeneland. Representatives from Hagyard Equine Medical Institute will judge the horses in the paddock prior to each race and present the groom responsible for the Best Turned Out racehorse with $500 and $200 cash awards. Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. Maidens, fillies, and mares age 3 and up. Claiming price $20,000, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Main track is fast, turf is firm, rail at 20 feet. On the turf course today, first race begins the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes, and also begins the early pick 5. Scratch the 6, Renee Nay. Number 6, Renee Nay, scratched. 8 minutes to post. The winner of the Hagyard Best Turned Out Award for today's first race, Carlos Monroy, the groom for number 3, Alsana. Carlos, congratulations. In Keeneland's first race, program notes and equipment change. Blinkers on today for number 3, Alsana. The blinkers will be applied at the starting gate. It will be blinkers on for number 3, Alsana, and the blinkers will go on at the starting gate. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. They are at the post. They're off. There goes Avery. Avery, quick end to stride. Jam's Top Shelf kicks in now down toward the rail. Jam's Top Shelf moves up. Toto's Ruby Slippers moving on the far outside as they head up the back stretch. And then Jones Way. Jones Way now kicks in from in between horses, move up from third to second right alongside the leader. So Jones Way between horses tries to poke ahead in front, but Jam's Top Shelf is right there to the inside. Toto's Ruby Slippers up close far outside. Break of 5 more lengths. Alsana is fourth. Avery drops back into fifth. Pacific Grove is sixth, and Trust Fund Baby is last around the far turn. 23.15 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Jones Way and Toto's Ruby Slippers go 1-2. They're separated by a neck. Jam's Top Shelf drops back along the inside, fading back toward the fifth position. Alsana has gone to third. Still 7 lengths from the lead, though. And then Avery, who's fourth on the outside, but the top two already into the stretch. Jones Way, narrow lead to the inside, and Toto's Ruby Slippers right there to the outside. Jones Way, Toto's Ruby Slippers, a gap of 6 more back to Alsana third. Avery is fourth. Jones Way, the leader. Jones Way leads it by 2 in the final 16th, now by 3. It is Jones Way. Luis Saez will get things started with a victory here this afternoon. Jones Way comes home in front. Alsana runs on late to try to grab second. Jones Way wins it. Alsana was up in time for second. Toto's Ruby Slippers across the line in third, and Avery was fourth.
Finally, in her 21st career start, she finally gets her first victory. Luis Saez taking it to the field early, coming out of the starting gate, putting this horse on the front end and giving her all the confidence to take the field gate to wire and really increasing that margin of victory coming out of the stretch in the late stages of the race. We saw the 3, Alsana picking up the pieces late to get up for third or second. It's going to be 2, 3, 8 unofficially across the board for today's opener.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race. Number 2, Jones Way, was first. Number 3, Alsana, was second. Number 8, Toto's Ruby Slippers, third. Number 7, Avery, fourth. 2-3-8-7, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, the unofficial winner, number 2, Jones Way, owned by Crownsway Racing LLC of Anthony Rallo, trained by Carlos Hi-Ho Silva. Luis Saez, the winning jockey. Jones Way, a 4-year-old filly by Cairo Prince out of Centennial Cat by Tail of the Cat, bred in Kentucky by Mockmer Hall. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 13.72 seconds. Results of Keeneland's first race, official 2-3-8-7. The official results for Keeneland's first. We direct your attention to the winner's circle at this time in conjunction with Teacher Appreciation Day presented by Coca-Cola Consolidated. Keeneland welcomes Coca-Cola Consolidated Area Sales Manager Chris Metzger and Superintendent of Henry County Schools Chelsea Tingle. Keeneland thanks all of our teachers and staff members for all you do in our communities and for students. Keeneland's second race is upcoming. Double, pick 3, early pick 4 wagering. Main track is fast, turf firm, rail at 20 feet on the turf course today. Second race, scratch the 2, dial it up a notch. Scratch the 2, dial it up a notch. No changes in the third event. No changes at this time in race 4. Looking ahead to race 5. A reminder, in the 5th race, scratch number 8, Bling. Also scratch the 14, Princely, the 15, Highway Robber, and 16, Tappett's Conquest. That's in race 5, scratch number 8, Bling. Also scratch the 14, Princely, the 15, Highway Robber, and the 16, Tappett's Conquest. A reminder, number 13, Housed, draws into the race.
Race 2 is coming up next, 18 minutes to post, and the 4 Dallas Volunteer is the current favorite at 8-5, but I'm going in a different direction. The number 1 Bayshore Foxes was 15-1 on the morning line. I figured she'd come down off of that morning line for trainer Tom Vanberg, who has had a really good meet. He's only had a couple of starters here, and he's won with 3 of them out of a very small sample size. So Barnes doing well. Edgar Morales gets the mount for this horse, the 1 Bayshore Foxes. When I was handicapping this race, I didn't think that there was much early speed in this race. All of these horses towards the outside, maybe with the exception of the 9 Very Wealthy, like to close from off the pace. So I actually thought Bayshore Foxes might have the advantage of being on the rail and also the tactical advantage of going to the lead and setting the pace early. This is also her second start off the layoff. I love this move. They brought her back off of a long layoff at 7 furlongs, and now she's shortening up today to the 3/4 today. So she should be very, very fit in order to do her best. The number 4 Dallas Volunteer is your current favorite, and I respect her. I use her in second for trainer Al Stahl Jr. and Luis Saez, hoping to get the early daily double. So what happened in her last race at Churchill Downs? She actually had a pretty wide trip in that event. She made a bit of a bid off of the layoff and just couldn't quite catch the winner Sonador that day. But overall, I thought that was a legitimate performance. So I'm not strongly against the favorite. I just think in terms of her running style, she might need a quick pace. And I think the 1 is the lone speed in here, so she might be up against it from that standpoint. And then finally, the number 8 Big Java. First off, the claim for the new connections comes out of a pretty good for level $30,000 claiming race last time out at Keeneland. 7 furlongs was the distance, but I'm curious to see her maybe even get a little bit shorter. Now, new connections have not had her for very long. They claimed her out of a race on the 8th of October. But for what it's worth, the barn does really well with her new acquisitions. She'll just need a fast pace to close into, or maybe an appropriately timed move by Tyler Gaffalione, who is aboard her today. I went to the 1, 4, 8 here as my top 3 selections as we are 16 minutes out from race 2. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race. Double and pick 3 wagering started the early pick 4 here. Claiming race, fillies and mares age 3 and up. Claiming price $40,000. Scratch the 2. Dial it up a notch. Number 2 is scratched. Post time at 8 minutes. In the winner's circle at this time, the winner of the Hagyard Best Turned Out Award for the second race, Eddie Maderi, the groom for number 6, Ma Cherie. Eddie, congratulations.
Taking a look at some of the contenders getting ready for race 2, and I really like the looks of the one Bayshore Foxes. I like this horse even more after looking at him on the track. He just looks like a very racy individual. You can see him kind of bouncing around on his feet, on his toes, and the rider and Edgar Morales just kind of kicking his feet out of the irons, getting him to settle. But you don't want him to settle too much because he's a horse that does possess some early speed, and with that inside post at this distance, you want him to break fast and you want him to be on the lead, but definitely a horse that has high energy this afternoon. As we go to the outside, the number 10, Surcharge, I thought made a really nice appearance as well. I didn't know what to do with this horse because I don't really know where his last race came from. He was an open length winner. He won the race by 7 lengths, breaking his maiden for $20,000. And now the connections and Stephen Lister and Desk Farms LLC step her up in class to the $40,000 level. But like I said, it's just, she is one that's definitely on her toes. She has a lot of energy as well. I think she might be able to show some speed out of the gate, but I thought she made a nice appearance if you're looking to try to beat the favorite right now, which is the number 4 horse at 2-1, but the 10 is at 6-1 right now. We are 5 minutes out from the second race on today's card. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, start of the early pick 4. They are at the post. And they're off. Very Wealthy comes out for the lead. Surcharge right there in the opening strides as well. Bayshore Foxes kicks in down toward the rail. There's Bayshore Foxes moving up the inside, takes the lead from Very Wealthy in second. Big Java third. Surcharge fourth up on the outside. Dallas Volunteer is fifth down toward the inside, 5 lengths off the early lead. Wicked Wonder goes sixth up on the outside onto the far turn. Fortune Bound is in seventh, a break of 3 more lengths to Ma Cherie, who is eighth, just inside of Candy Kick, who's last of the 9. 23.1 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Bayshore Foxes leading Very Wealthy a half length around the far turn, and then a gap of 3 more lengths to Big Java, third by 3/4 of a length. Surcharge fourth. Dallas Volunteer is fifth down toward the inside. Still 5 lengths from the front, just over a quarter mile to go, top of the stretch. Bayshore Foxes, Very Wealthy, draws alongside. Gap of 5 more lengths, then Dallas Volunteer third. Surcharge fourth. Big Java in fifth. Very Wealthy right alongside of Bayshore Foxes. And then comes Dallas Volunteer down toward the inside, but still third. Surcharge running late from the outside, still 3 lengths away. Back up front, Very Wealthy, narrow lead. Surcharge bearing down from the outside. Big Java there between horses. Surcharge, Big Java, Surcharge, Big Java. These two in front. Surcharge gets it by a neck on the line from Big Java.
Surcharge turned it all around last time out, winning her maiden race by 7 lengths, and she does it again. Back-to-back victories for Surcharge, on form as there was a line of horses at the top of the stretch, and she just had this momentum out in the center of the racetrack under jockey James Graham. As the pace started to crumble, she started picking him up and laying him down, getting the victory at 6-1.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. Number 10, Surcharge, was first. Number 8, Big Java, was second. The 4, Dallas Volunteer, was third. 9, Very Wealthy, was fourth. 10, 8, 4, 9, unofficial. Results of Keeneland's second race official. 10, 8, 4, 9, the official results. Official winner of race 2, number 10, Surcharge, owned by Desk Farms, LLC, of Mike Schnell, trained by Stephen Lister. James Graham, the jockey. Surcharge, a 3-year-old daughter of Algorithms out of Truth Be Known by Yes It's True, bred in Kentucky by Left Turn Racing. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 12.91 seconds. Results of race 2 are official. Keeneland's third race upcoming, featuring double and pick 3 wagering. Main track is fast, turf is firm today, rail at 20 feet on the turf course. In the upcoming third race, a reminder, this race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. No changes in the third event. Looking ahead, no changes in the fourth. A reminder, looking to race 5. In that fifth race, scratch the 8 Bling. Also scratch the 14 Princely, the 15 Highway Robber, and the 16 Tappett's Conquest. That's in race 5 this afternoon. Scratch number 8 Bling. Also scratch 14 Princely, 15 Highway Robber, and 16 Tappett's Conquest. A reminder, number 13 Housed draws into the race. Looking ahead to Keeneland's fourth race today, please note in the fourth race a corrected weight. Number 2, Hypersport, corrected weight 118 pounds. Fourth race, number 2, Hypersport, corrected weight 118 pounds. Chelsea Bailey no longer an apprentice, so the weight is 118 for the 2 Hypersport.
Race 3 is coming up as horses are in the paddock and just about ready to get saddled. We're going to be heading out to the main track at 1 1/16 for this allowance optional claiming race. And the optional claiming price, $100,000. The purse is $130,000. This is a very, very nice group of fillies and mares, headlined by the number 3, Leda Vida, right now on the board at 2-1. Now, we're not too familiar with this mare, as she started her career off in Chile, actually, and Ignacio Correas did get this horse from there. She made her stateside debut last time out at Churchill Downs back on the 15th of September, and boy, was she impressive. She did absolutely everything right under Vince Chaminade to go on and kick clear by 3 lengths that day. And in fact, that day she beat a filly by the name of Powder River. Powder River came back to run yesterday. She finished a really good second as well. So it was a good group, and I think she could have even won by even more. She was just very impressive. And sometimes we see horses making their stateside debut kind of be a little bit tardy away from the gate, or maybe, they're not 100% in terms of, taking in their surroundings, but she did everything right that day. I think this filly has a bright future in the States. The number 2, Will's Secret, is one that I wanted to use in second for trainer D. Wayne Lucas. This filly turned back in distance to 7 furlongs last time out. She closed to finish third against a pretty good group of 3 other than Allowance Company. Prior to that, she ran well in a stakes race at Churchill Downs over the course of the summer. She's just always right there, and she's always honest. And I like the fact that she stretches back out in distance today. She can win going one turn. She can run well going one turn, but I think she is a better horse when she stretches out. Looking at her Grade 3 Honeybee victory, that was at 1 1/16 March last year at Oaklawn, and some of her better races, once again, are at 2 turns. And then finally, the number 6 horse, Envoûtant, for trainer Kenny McPeak. I don't know what has happened with her in the past 2 starts. She was a mare that just was in such good form last year. She won the Grade 2 Fall City last November at Churchill Downs. She's a multiple graded stakes winner. She's Grade 1 place. She finished second against She Dares the Devil and the Grade 1 La Troyenne back in last year. So she is just a really nice mare. I haven't seen her get back to her A game, her best efforts in her 3 starts this year. We'll see if she can turn it around, and if she can turn it around, in many ways she is the horse to beat. We'll see as she's on the board at 7-2. But your current favorite is the number 3, Leda Vida for Nacho Correas, as we are 17 minutes out from race 3. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race, the Paramount Allowance Optional Claiming Race for $100,000. Fillies and mares age 3 and up. A mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch of the first wire. No changes in this third event. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Post time in 8 minutes. The winner of the Hagyard Best Turned Out Award for the third race, Eric Kennedy, the groom for number 6 En Voutante. Eric, congratulations. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race, the Paramount. First wire, they are at the post. They're off. There's Mariah's Princess, and there's Jungle Juice, both with early speed. These two come to the front. Jungle Juice to the inside, moves up and takes the advantage. There goes Lady Valentine from the far outside, moving up from third into second into the first turn. Mariah's Princess backs off into the third position now, followed by Envoûtante outward from the rail. Bye Bye Birdie back toward the inside. Will Secret next to last, and Leda Vida is last. 3 wide at the back, just over 5 lengths off the early lead. Jungle Juice to the inside has the lead. Opening quarter went 23.88 seconds. Lady Valentine draws alongside. Now she puts ahead in front. Another length and a half then to Bye Bye Birdie. In third, a length. Mariah's Princess fourth up on the outside. Will Secret fifth back toward the inside. Envoûtante sixth in between horses. Leda Vida still wide and last. 5 from the front, midpoint of the back stretch. Lady Valentine outside has the lead ahead. Jungle Juice is still there toward the inside. And then a gap of 3 more lengths now to Bye Bye Birdie in third. After an opening half mile in 47.69 seconds, Will Secret is toward the rail in fourth, just over 3 from the front. Mariah's Princess a wide fifth, also 3 from the lead. Envoûtante is at the back. Leda Vida moves up 1 spot from last. She's still 5 from the front. Midway on the far turn, Jungle Juice, Will Secret to the inside. Mariah's Princess up on the far outside, and then Bye Bye Birdie in the fourth position as they move toward the quarter pole. And here's Will Secret up the inside to try to challenge Mariah's Princess, who has wrestled the lead away by 3/4 of a length. Will Secret there, top of the short stretch. Leda Vida has to go to the center of the track. She's third. She's 5 from the front. Mariah's Princess has the lead. Will Secret, Leda Vida, then Bye Bye Birdie a wide fourth. Final furlong, Leda Vida coming on from the outside to challenge Mariah's Princess. Then Will Secret back toward the rail. Leda Vida, Vince Chaminade to the front. Leda Vida to win it. Mariah's Princess across the line in second. Will Secret third, and Bye Bye Birdie was fourth.
Wow, what a performance we just saw once again by Leda Vida. She is now undefeated in the U.S. for trainer Ignacio Correas. We saw a big early middle move by the 5, Mariah's Princess, and it looked like she was actually going to pull away from the field, but the 3, Leda Vida, took her a little bit of time to get going, but once she did, boy, did she draw away from the field. This looks like a very promising mare by gemologist for trainer Ignacio Correas. Congratulations to the connections. She goes off at odds of 3-2 and pulls away with a win in the end.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's third race: number 3, Leda Vida, was first. Number 5, Mariah's Princess, second. Number 2, Will Secret, third. Number 4, Bye Bye Birdie, fourth. 3-5-2-4 unofficial. Results of Keeneland's third race official. 3-5-2-4, the official results. Official winner of race 3, the Paramount in the winner's circle, number 3, Leda Vida. Owned by Maseva Corporation of Sebastian Salinas, trained by Ignacio Correas, Vince Chaminade, the jockey. Leda Vida, 5-year-old daughter of gemologist out of Vienna Cantado by Gatad. Bred in Chile by Hara Santa Olga. Mile and a 16th over the main track, listed fast today, 1 minute 45.4 seconds. And again, the results. Official. In the winner's circle, the Paramount Trophy presentation to the connections of number 3, Leda Vida. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, including double and pick 3 wagering. Main track is fast. Turf is firm today. The rail at 20 feet on the turf course. In the fourth race, a reminder, corrected weight for the 2 Hypersport, 118 pounds. There is no apprentice allowance. It's 118 that number 2 Hypersport will carry. Looking ahead to race 5. In that fifth race, scratch the 8 Bling. Also scratch the 14 Princely, the 15 Highway Robber, and the 16 Tappett's Conquest. That's in race 5. Scratch number 8, Bling. Also scratch the 14, Princely, the 15, Highway Robber, and the 16, Tappett's Conquest. A reminder, number 13, Housed, draws into the race. Number 13, Housed, draws into the race. And checking race 6. In that sixth race, scratch the 6, Hurricane J. Sixth race, scratch number 6, Hurricane J.
Race 4 is coming up next as we are 15 minutes out. A very nice group of 3-year-old fillies competing for this first level allowance race. 7 furlongs on the main track. And here's my top selection, the 7, Olga Isabel, right now on the board at 7-5. She ran on opening weekend here at Keeneland. She had an interesting trip. It was a day that Joelle Rosario kind of put this filly forwardly placed. She drifted out on right about the quarter pole at the top of the stretch, and ultimately she was disqualified and placed behind Jag Warrior that day. But when watching the race, she just seemed like she was much the best that day. So she comes back. Hopefully she doesn't have any bit of a situation like that today. That was going 7 furlongs. She comes back at 7 furlongs. I think this filly just deserves to win an allowance race because she just was very, very talented last time out. She has a lot of speed. She managed to make the lead, having drawn post 11 of 11 last time out. She's better posted today to hopefully break through at this first level allowance race. The number 4, Braganza, a second-time starter for trainer Eddie Keneally. She won by over 12 lengths first time out. You don't really see that often, and more importantly, or more interestingly, it was for a maiden $75,000 race, so she was actually eligible to be claimed in that race when she opened up and won. She went off as the favorite that day, so apparently she had been training well, or well touted, or whatever it might have been, but she actually won that race as the post-time favorite, going 7 furlongs. Now she comes back. This is, in my opinion, one of the toughest things that a horse can do, is win first time out, come back, and win a first level allowance race, and especially because she is stepping up slightly in class. Again, maiden claiming race to this allowance race, but the way she won it looked like she had a lot left in the tank to break through against winners today at 4-1. Now the 2, Hypersport, is the third selection for trainer Ingrid Mason. She ships this horse in. She has been training at Horseshoe Indy. She comes in off of a layoff since the beginning of May, but I'm curious to see this filly stretch out to 7 furlongs. I think she can do it. She can't quite get a mile and a 16th. I don't think she can quite get set a mile, but 6 or 7 furlongs I think should be okay for her. I think it depends on the ride, if she goes or if she takes back. Now there is speed in here. There might be some speed types towards her outside, including the 7 Olga Isabel. But if she can maybe track the speed of Olga Isabel, I think she could maybe hit the board at a nice price at 13-1 with Chelsea Bailey aboard this afternoon. A really good group of 3-year-old fillies up next for this first level allowance race. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, the Warrendale, an allowance for fillies and mares age 3 and up, 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. A reminder, corrected weight for number 2 Hypersport, the weight 118. No apprentice allowance, the weight 118 for the 2 Hypersport. Post time for today's fourth race coming up in just 6 minutes. The winner of the Hagyard Best Turned Out Award for the fourth race, Carlos Monroy, the groom for number 1, Fine Family. Carlos, congratulations. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, the Warrendale. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Hypersport. Hypersport right out for the early lead. Gina is there in the opening strides as well. Olga Isabel, then Mercy Warren up on the far outside. Olga Isabel now moves forward. She's got the lead 3/4 of a length. Mercy Warren goes second on the outside only for a moment. Hypersport moves by to the rail, back up into second, just a neck from the lead. Further back, Gina, between horses, is in the 4th spot. Braganza goes in 5th place toward the outside. Aunt Naughty 6th in the center of the track. Then a break of 6 more lengths as they head to the turn to find Family. My Kentucky Girl, Feeling Happy, is last. Opening quarter went in 22.64 seconds. Olga Isabel is the leader. Hypersport goes second around the far turn. There goes Mercy Warren. Mercy Warren moves up now, takes second, and draws within a half length of Olga Isabel, who leads around the turn. Hypersport is third down toward the inside, 3 lengths from the front. Braganza goes 4th, and then Gina in 5th position. Aunt Naughty is 6th. My Kentucky Girl is 7th as they move to the quarter pole. Olga Isabel, Mercy Warren, they go 1-2. Hypersport third, still 3 lengths away down toward the inside. Mercy Warren moves up to challenge Olga Isabel. My Kentucky Girl is running late. She's gone to third. She's 4 from the front. She's trying to squeeze through down to the inside. Olga Isabel, narrow lead. My Kentucky Girl is charging up the rail. My Kentucky Girl to put Olga Isabel to the test, and now she runs on by. My Kentucky Girl Chris Landeros with a nifty move down the stretch to win it. Olga Isabel was home second. Feeling Happy made a late run to get up in time to grab third.
What a ride by Chris Landeros, just sitting really patiently behind the 7, Olga Isabel, and the 8, Mercy Warren. These two were dueling on the front end, and he just dives right down to the rail, had plenty of space down to the rail, and all the momentum as she continues to the wire to get up for the victory. The number 6, My Kentucky Girl, but that was a very hard-fought defeat by the 7, Olga Isabel, who really ran her race. As we take a look at the jockey cam, very cool here move by Chris Landeros, going from about the 3 path to the rail and sneaking up to get the win at 6-1, 6-7-5 across the board for race 4.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 4th race. Number 6, My Kentucky Girl first. The 7, Olga Isabel second. Number 5, Feeling Happy third. And number 2, Hypersport fourth. And the results are official. 6-7-5-2, the official results. Keeneland's 4th race. Official winner of Keeneland's 4th race, the Warrendale, number 6, My Kentucky Girl, owned by Tommytown Thoroughbreds LLC of Tommy Stull, trained by Jonathan Wong. Chris Landeros is the winning jockey. My Kentucky Girl, a 3-year-old filly by American Pharoah out of Easy Living by Big Brown, bred in Kentucky by Stonehaven Steading, 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 24.13 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Warrendale Trophy presentation to the connections of number 6, My Kentucky Girl. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, start of the pick 6, no carryover, start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 8, and 10. In this fifth race, scratch the 8 Bling, also scratch the 14 Princely, the 15 Highway Robber, and the 16 Tappett's Conquest. Again, scratch 8 Bling, also scratch the 14 Princely, the 15 Highway Robber, and the 16 Tappett's Conquest. A reminder, number 13 Housed draws into the race. 13 Housed draws into the race. Sixth race, the Bowman Mill, scratch number 6 Hurricane J. Sixth race, scratch number 6 Hurricane J. Seventh race, scratch number 1 It's a Bang Bang. Also scratch number 3 Shipman. Also scratch the 15 Mud Puddle and scratch the 16 Top Secret. That's the seventh race. Scratch number 1 It's a Bang Bang. Scratch number 3 Shipman. Also scratch the 15 Mud Puddle and the 16 Top Secret. A reminder, both the 13 Boco and the 14 Lupo's Legacy draw into the race. 13 Boco and 14 Lupo's Legacy both draw into the race. Contrary to the program, the jockey for the 14 Lupo's Legacy, James Graham. 14 Lupo's Legacy, that'll be James Graham, the jockey. Eighth race, the Bryan Station, take out the also eligibles. 13 through 16 did not draw into the race. That's the eighth race, the Bryan Station, take out the also eligibles. 13 through 16 did not draw into the race. Featured ninth, the Hagyard Fayette, scratch the 2 Chess Chief. That's the featured ninth, the Hagyard Fayette, scratch the 2 Chess Chief, no superfecta on race 9, no superfecta on that ninth race. 10th and final event, carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $8,599. Closing day of the fall meet, mandatory payout today. In that 10th event, scratch number 4, Madam McLean. Also scratch the 10 Explicate. Also scratch 12 Girl with a Dream and 13 Connie K. That's in the 10th race. Scratch the 4 Madam McLean. Scratch the 10 Explicate. Also scratch the 12 Girl with a Dream and 13 Connie K. A reminder, the jockey for the 5 Lemos Cunha, Joel Rosario. Number 5, Lemos Cunha, Joel Rosario, the jockey. Main track is fast, turf is firm, rail at 20 feet on the turf course. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just been informed that the Headless Horseman has been seen roaming the backside, making his way toward the track. Actually, we stand corrected. The Headless Horseman is on the track. Look, if you dare.
Looking at the field of horses here in the paddock for the upcoming 5th race. We are 16 minutes out, and a good group of horses here for this first level allowance race. 1 mile and a 16th out on the turf course, and we start with my top selection in the number 7, Blame the Good Times, for trainer Brian Lynch. This colt comes out of an impressive victory last time out at Kentucky Downs at going 6.5 furlongs. I don't think this distance should be any bit of a problem for him, though sometimes we see that 6.5 furlongs over the undulating course at Kentucky Downs translate more to a mile, sometimes even 1 mile and a 16th. And I would say that he got a lot of fitness out of that last race as well. He pulled away to win by over 5 lengths, but it was a good listed turf course. And if you go back and watch the replay, it was pouring, and the turf was definitely on the softer side. I would say it was softer versus more firm in terms of the surface that day, but he really took a liking to it. Now he gets completely different conditions this afternoon. I don't think that that should matter for him, though. That was a productive race as we saw the 3rd place finisher come out to win. He's the top pick, but the 2 General Jim, I think, is a horse that you have to respect. He comes out of an impressive maiden score last time out at Saratoga, and he has proven that he can go 2 turns, 1 mile and a 16th. Even in his first race, that was going 3/4 on the dirt prior to the surface change and the distance change, and he actually finished 3rd behind Bourbon Bash, a horse that we will see run a little bit later today against Stakes Company. So General Jim just continues to progress, but also did run well, very well, first time out for Shook McGahee. So I just think that this is a horse that's going to continue to move forward. As the number 10, Mendel's Secret, is my 3rd selection. He was very racy, very fast first time out. That was in the race at Kentucky Downs. Now, I will say Mike Mager really points for those races at Kentucky Downs. He generally has outstanding meets. He's won the trainer's title several times before in the past as well. So, you know, I'm not saying that this horse is going to regress, but I do think that they really did come loaded to the Kentucky Downs meet. He obviously can handle going a distance of ground, but more importantly, I like the fact that he has a lot of natural speed. There are some other horses in here that might have some early speed as horses are stretching out in distance. Some of them have had sprinter type speed, but this horse might be a little bit more versatile. I just like the precocity we saw and the way in which he won his first race. Fast paced, but going gate to wire. But this is an open field and a really nice field of 2-year-olds that will be making their way to the turf in just a few moments at that mile and a 16th. Just a note, this does kick off that pick 6 sequence and the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th race, the Elm Tree. An allowance for 2-year-olds at 1 mile and a 16th over the firm turf rail at 20 feet today. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the pick 6, no carryover. Start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 8, and 10. A reminder, scratch number 8, Bling. Also scratch the 14, Princely, the 15, Highway Robber, and the 16, Tappett's Conquest. Also remember, number 13, Housed, draws into the race. 13, Housed, draws into the race. 6 minutes to post. The winner of the Hagyard Best Turned Out Award for the 5th race, Moises Garcia, the groom for number 3, Disdainful. Moises, congratulations. The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Elm Tree. Start of the pick 6, start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Atago out for the early lead, and also Steel Money right there to the inside. In God's Time moves up, and General Jim is up close. And here comes Mendel's Secret now from the outside to pass them all and take the early lead. It is Mendel's Secret who goes to the front, leads it by 1.5 lengths into the first turn. Housed is going to move up, caught 4 wide into the first turn, now 3 wide, challenging for second. Atago there to the inside. In God's Time between that pair as they swing around the turn, followed by General Jim, who shuffled back to 5th but saves ground against the rail. Rarefied Flare is 6th, Disdainful is in 7th. Steel Money has dropped out toward the back of the pack in 8th position now. Oscar Award moves by 1 spot from 9th against the rail. And then Blame the Good Times, followed by Our Dream Ride, and Fast Bite, who is at the back wide in last. Opening quarter went in 22.96 seconds. Back up front, Mendel's Secret leads it by 1.5 lengths. Atago second, 1/2 length. In God's Time is third, a length. General Jim is 4th by just a neck. Has Rarefied Flare alongside in 5th. Housed toward the center of the course is 6th, 47.38 seconds for the opening half mile. Onto the far turn, Mendel's Secret leads it by just a length. Atago is there in second between horses. In God's Time wide in third, 1.5 lengths off the lead. General Jim is looking toward the inside, still hugs the rail, tries to find a little more running room now, just 2 lengths from the front around the far turn. Rarefied Flare, then Disdainful, who's toward the inside, and 6 from the front. Mendel's Secret is the leader. Atago is there. General Jim looks for running room between that pair. Rarefied Flare down the outside, Disdainful there toward the inside. It is General Jim striking the lead, though, and opening up. General Jim by 2, by 3. General Jim drawing clear. Disdainful comes out of a crowd into second, and then a late run from Our Dream Ride, but well behind General Jim, who wins it for Luis Saez. Disdainful was across the line in second, and then Our Dream Ride rallied up to grab third.
That was quite a performance by the 2 General Jim. We can see him getting a really good ride under jockey Luis Saez, just kind of stalking the pace, getting that ground-saving trip. But here is when he completely turns it to another gear and goes away and draws off. He actually swaps leads a little bit coming down mid-stretch, but he blows the doors off this field. What a performance we saw. The son of Into Mischief. He sold at the Keeneland September sale as a yearling for $850,000. He comes back to Keeneland and gets his allowance victory for trainer Shug McGahee and Cortland Farms.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race: number 2, General Jim, first. Number 3, Disdainful, was second. Number 6, Our Dream Ride, was third. And number 9, Oscar Award, fourth. 2369 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fifth race, the Elm Tree, the unofficial winner, number 2, General Jim, owned by Cortland Farms of Donald and Donna Adam, trained by Shug McGahee. 2 wins today for jockey Luis Saez, who now has a 20-19 lead over Tyler Gaffalione in the battle for champion jockey of the meet. General Jim, a 2-year-old son of Into Mischief, out of Inspired by Grace by Curlin, bred in Kentucky by Fifth Avenue Bloodstock and Centerline Breeding. Keeneland September graduate gets the mile and a 16th over the firm turf today in 1 minute 43.04 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Elm Tree Trophy presentation to the connections of number 2, General Jim. Results still unofficial. Results of Keeneland's fifth race official. 2:369, the official results. Awaiting an update from the Mutual Department regarding the early pick 4 and the early pick 5 today. More information in just a moment. Message board reading hold tickets for the early pick 4 and early pick 5. More information in a moment. Mutual Department at Keeneland reporting that the Pick 4 and Pick 5, early Pick 4 and early Pick 5 results will be presented shortly. So hold all tickets. Early Pick 4, early Pick 5 results will be presented shortly. That is the update from the Mutual Department. Keeneland's 6th race is on the way. The Bowman Mill double and Pick 3 wagering start of the late Pick 5. Main track is fast. A reminder, scratch the 6. Hurricane J, number 6, is a scratch. Looking ahead to the 7th race. A reminder in race 7, scratch number 1, It's a Bang Bang. Also scratch number 3, Shipman. Also scratch 15, Mud Puddle, and 16, Top Secret. That's in race 7. Scratch the 1, It's a Bang Bang. Scratch number 3, Shipman. Also scratch 15, Mud Puddle, and 16, Top Secret. A reminder, 13, Boko draws into the race. Also 14, Lupo's Legacy draws into the race. James Graham, the jockey for the 14, Lupo's Legacy. 8th race, the Bryan Station. Take out the also eligibles. 13 through 16 did not draw in to race 8. Featured 9th, Hagyard Fayette. Scratch the 2, Chess Chief. Number 2, Chess Chief is scratched. No Superfecta. No Superfecta on the featured 9th. 10th and final race, just over $8,500 in the Toyota Super High 5 carryover. Scratch the 4, Madam McLean. Scratch the 10, Explicate. Also scratch 12, Girl with a Dream. And 13, Connie K. That's the 10th and final race. Again, scratch 4, Madam McLean. Scratch 10, Explicate. Also scratch the 12, Girl with a Dream, and 13, Connie K. A reminder, Joel Basario, the jockey for the 5, Lemos Cunha. That's the 10th race, number 5, Lemos Cunha. Joel Basario, the jockey. Main track fast, turf firm, rail at 20 feet on the turf course.
Late Pick 5 kicks off now as we kick off our stakes action as well. The Bowman Mill is the first of 3 stakes races. This one, 6 furlongs on the main track for these 2-year-old sprinters on the dirt. And the 7 Bourbon Bash is where I go for trainer Dwayne Lucas. They tried to stretch his horse out in distance last time out in the Grade 1 Breeders' Futurity. He set a very fast tempo, 22 and 4, 46 and 1 for the half, and then just faded to finish 12th in that event. So he's back in just a couple of weeks, and he shortens up in distance. But he was a very impressive winner in his second start. And do take note, he won that race. He won the maiden special weight race at Saratoga, second time out, by 8 lengths. Visually impressive, fast final time. Look who he beat in that race. General Jim, That's the horse that just won on the turf for trainer Shug McGahee. This is a nice horse, and this is the right move for him, coming back to a sprint distance. I also like the outside draw, considering the fact that there's so much speed in here. Speaking of speed, the two, Sir Lancelot is one of them for trainer Michael Stidham. Son of Golden Sense here. They traveled with this horse. He debuted at Delaware, then they went to Presque Isle. He won both of those races in hand very easily. Jose Ortiz was aboard for the victory at Presque Isle last time out. He retains the mount this afternoon. Now, I did speak to trainer Michael Stidham just a few moments ago, and he was telling me about this horse, and he said, there's so much speed in here. We might have to find a new dimension to this horse. He might have to rate today. I still think the best approach is going to be to go from the inside, but we'll see what the strategy Jose Ortiz employs today. And then we have the 3 Quick Hammer, second-time starter for trainer Brad Cox. This is another horse that I think we need to pay attention to. He won that race as the second-place finisher, came back to win. And that race still, I think he needs to improve, but we see that with 2-year-olds. They improve with each and every start, and if he can do that, that could put him in the winner's circle. But a really nice group of horses as they will be heading out to the main track in just a few moments. Riders up in just a few moments. We'll take a closer look at these horses as they come out to the track.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, 3rd running of the Bowman Mill Stakes. 2-year-olds at 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5. Scratch the 6 Hurricane J. Again, scratch the 6 Hurricane J. 8 minutes to post. Let's meet the starters for race 6, the Bowman Mill. Number 1 is Ray's Kane, owned by Andrew and Rania Warren, trained by Ben Colebrook. Gerardo Corrales, the jockey. Number 2, Sir Lancelot, owned by Susan and John Moore, trained by Michael Stidham, the jockey Jose Ortiz. 3, Quick Hammer, owned by Gold Square LLC of Al Gold, owned also by Joseph R. Hardoon, trained by Brad Cox, the jockey Luis Saez. Number 4, Jeremy's Jet, owned by McEntee Racing Incorporated of trainer Paul McEntee, trained by Paul and co-owned by Resolute Racing Alliance LLC of Alyssa Trewitsky, the jockey Jack Gilligan. Super Chow, number 5, is owned by Lee Farms LLC of Bill Cosgrove, Jorge Delgado, the trainer, and Chantel Sutherland, the jockey. 6 is Scratch. 7 is Bourbon Bash, owned by BC Stables LLC of John Bellinger and Brian Quello, trained by D. Wayne Lucas, the jockey Tyler Gaffleone. 6 minutes to post on race 6. The winner of the Hagyard Best Turned Out Award for the 6th race, Leonel Villasalta, the groom for number 2, Sir Lancelot. Leonel, congratulations.
Field of 6 going postward for the Bowman Mill. First of our stakes action today. Do take note, this does kick off that late pick 5 sequence. And here's a look at the number 5, Super Chow, for trainer Jorge Delgado, a horse that we didn't necessarily talk about in the paddock, but man, does this horse look very racy today. He is a very speedy horse, too. He went gate to wire first time out, going 5 furlongs. He was 3rd in the Grade 2 Saratoga Special and then came back at Pimlico last time out to draw away from the field. Now today, Chantel Sutherland ships in to get back on this horse as she was aboard him when he went first time out. He just looks like he's ready to roll. He, though, is one of many speed types in here, but just looking at his mannerisms on the track, he might be the fastest of all. We'll see what happens. But the 2, Sir Lancelot, is the other speed type in here, and 2 very different demeanors I see with these horses who are equally as fast when the gates open. This horse, very professional, very laid back. I saw him in the post parade, and he just seemed like a really cool customer. And sometimes we see that with speed horses. Sometimes they just like to reserve and harness, control that energy before the gates open. But I do really like what I see from the favorite right now. A lot of bounce to his stride as he is warming up under jockey Jose Ortiz. This is a tough race. Right now, the 2, Sir Lancelot, is your favorite at 8-5, though, as we're 5 minutes out from race 6.
At Keeneland, a reminder to hang on to those tickets from the early pick 4 and early pick 5. The results will be posted soon. We do apologize for the delay. Results of the early pick 5 and early pick 4 now posted on the television monitors and video boards. Again, results of the early pick 4 and early pick 5 at Keeneland now posted on the television monitors and video boards. And race 6 is headed to the gate, which starts the late pick 5. Sixth race, the Bowman Mill, about to load into the gate. They are at the post. They're off in the Bowman Mill. There goes Jeremy's Jet. There goes Sir Lancelot. Super Chow joins them up on the far outside. Sir Lancelot, Super Chow. Super Chow moves up. Oh, close quarters there for Quick Hammer, who had to check and now drops out to the back of the pack. We'll try to regroup from there. Quick Hammer now last and running nearly 5 from the front. Super Chow's the leader, though. Super Chow's gotten over to the rail, leads at a length and a half. Sir Lancelot second, 3/4 of a length. Bourbon Bash moves up third, by ahead up on the outside of Jeremy's Jet. And then Ray's Kane and Quick Hammer on the outside last. 22.5 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Super Chow the leader by a length and a half around the far turn. Sir Lancelot goes second by a length. Bourbon Bash third up on the outside. Then there's a gap of 4 more lengths. Quick Hammer has picked up 2 positions, has gone to fourth. Still a lot of work to do from there. there, though. Quarter mile to go. Super Chow, Sir Lancelot, 1-2. Bourbon Bash joins them from third. Quick Hammer, he is fourth, center of the track, 6 from the lead. Super Chow in front, 1/8 of a mile to go. In the Bowman Mill, Super Chow leads it by 2, by 3. Bourbon Bash in second. Sir Lancelot is third. Super Chow, a 16th to go, has the lead out to 4 lengths now, and is kicking on for the wire and for the winner's circle. Super Chow, Chantel Sutherland to win the Bowman Mill. It was Bourbon Bash across the line to second. Raise Kane rallied up for third. Sir Lancelot was fourth, 1 minute 12.06.
We talked about how much speed was in this race. Well, he was faster than anybody. All of these horses that try to make a late challenge coming down the stretch, and he just shrugged them off like they were nothing. He took it to another gear under Chantel Sutherland and drawing away from the field in the end to give trainer Jorge Delgado his first victory here at Keeneland.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race. Number 5, Super Chow was first. Number 7, Bourbon Bash was second. Number 1, Raise Kane was third. Number 2, Sir Lancelot, fourth. 5-7-1-2 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 6th race, the unofficial winner of the Bowman Mill, number 5, Super Chow, owned by Lee Farms LLC of Bill Cosgrove, trained by Jorge Delgado, Chantel Sutherland, the winning jockey. Super Chow, 2-year-old son of Lord Nelson, out of Bonita Mia by Warriors Reward, bred in Kentucky by Spendthrift Farm LLC. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 12.06 seconds. Results still unofficial. Now the trophy presentation for the Bowman Mill. Fayette County Public School Board members present to the connections of number 5, Super Chow.
Super Chow with the victory in the Bowman Mill. What a performance we saw from him today. Chantel, how fast is this horse?
Really fast. The first part I was a little concerned. I'm like, oh my God, we're going a little quick. He's going to hold on and last. And not only did he last, he kind of kept on accelerating. He was impressive for me today because I rode him his first start, which I thought was impressive, but he's really matured. And obviously Delgado, the team has done an amazing job, and I'm so lucky to ride him.
Yeah, there were a couple of challengers late, and it looked like he just shrugged them off like they were nothing.
Amazingly, because it was a pretty nice field of horses. Sir Lancelot I was worried about, but, you know, he brought his A game today, and I think we're going to see more amazing things from this horse.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Here with winning trainer Jorge Delgado. Jorge, is this your first victory at Keeneland?
Yes, first victory. Second start, first victory.
How does it feel to get this win?
Very nice, very nice. We're very happy. I'm very thankful to the owners, Leah Farms, Bill, Paula, and Jimmy. Like, they have shown me anything but support. And, like, my team, we are, you know, doing an amazing job. I'm very happy with my rider, the groom, my assistant. They are being magnificent, so I have to thank them all.
He did a fantastic job today, and you did a fantastic job preparing him. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I'm very happy.
Jorge Delgado with his first victory right here at Keeneland with Super Chow, taking the Bowman Mill.
Results of Keeneland's 6th race official. 5-7-1-2, the official results. Keeneland's 7th race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. Main track is fast. Turf is firm today. Rail at 20 feet on the turf course. In race 7, scratch number 1, It's Bang Bang. Also scratch 3, Shipman. Also scratch 15, Mud Puddle, and 16, Top Secret. That's in the 7th race. Scratch number 1, It's a Bang Bang. Scratch number 3, Shipman. Also scratch 15, Mud Puddle, and 16, Top Secret. A reminder, number 13, Boko, draws into the race. Also, number 14, Lupo's Legacy, draws into the race. James Graham, the jockey, on number 14. Lupo's Legacy, the jockey, James Graham, number 14. Looking ahead to the 8th race, the Bryan Station. Take out the also eligibles, 13 through 16. They did not draw into that 8th event. Race 9, featured Hagyard Fayette. Scratch 2, Chess Chief. It's featured 9th race, scratch 2, Chess Chief. No superfecta on race 9. No superfecta on the 9th. 10th and final race. Scratch the 4, Madam McLean. Scratch the 10, Explicate. Scratch 12, Girl with a Dream. And 13, Connie K. 10th and final race. Scratch the 4, Madam McLean. Scratch the 10, Explicate. Scratch the 12, Girl with a Dream. And the 13, Connie K. A reminder, the jockey for the 5, Lemos Cunha, Joel Rosario. That's in the 10th race. Number 5, Lemos Cunha, the jockey, Joel Rosario.
Moving along here throughout the card, race 7 is up next as we start the final pick 4 opportunity of the Keeneland Fall Meet. This race, 6.5 furlongs on the main track. For this maiden special weight race, we have a couple of scratches towards the inside, but here's a look at the 11, Cape Trafalgar. He's going to be my top selection for trainer Safi Joseph Jr. Unfortunately, he just caught behind a buzzsaw last time out and Call Me Fast. That horse won by over 9 lengths that particular day. I don't see any of those types in here. So I think today is probably the day for him. But on top of that, he does cut back a little bit in distance. Again, last time out was 7 furlongs now, and his second start off the layoff, he cuts back to 6.5. And I really do think that he needed his race last time out from a fitness standpoint. He was coming in off of a layoff since the spring, Keeneland spring meet, came back last time out and finished a good second. So I think he's going to be very tough to beat. He'll be my top selection as we look to hit just his outside, the number 12, Icitude, second-time starter for trainer Lacey Pierce. This horse did not break really sharply in his debut, but he did close willingly from off the pace to get up to finish second under Brian Hernandez Jr. in that debut at Churchill Downs. And he also had a bit of a wide trip in that race, too. Now, I will say, for what it's worth, during the September meet at Churchill Downs, it really did have a wide closer's flow to it. So he kind of fit the flow of the racetrack that day, but I still think that he has room to grow as he just seems like a very precocious horse. So I'll be using him as my second selection. We go to the inside, the number 4, Arrogate Spirit. So with those 2 scratches towards his inside, he does draw post 2. Now, I'm not quite sure what the story was, but in the short comment, it says lost rider pre-race. Tyler Gaffleone was aboard him that day. So maybe this is a horse that can be a little quirky. We'll be keeping our eyes on him as he walks over to the track. But right now, he seems like a very calm customer in the paddock. Very, very laid back, and a beautiful-looking son of Arrogate out of that Scat Daddy mare, Melody Spirit. But the blinkers going on him, and I thought a very useful race first time out. Kind of a tale of 2 very different trips. Icitude, who also comes out of the race, he closed, whereas Arrogate Spirit found himself more forwardly placed in that fast race. So in some ways, you'd have to think, well, maybe he ran the better of the 2 horses in there. But it's a competitive group of horses. We even have a first-time starter coming out of the Chad Brown barn. That's the 6. Pricing power right now at 5-1. A wide open board as the 11 sits at 7-2. And I would say, if you're looking to play the late pick 4, have coverage in this first leg of the sequence.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, the Bets. 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track for this maiden special weight for 3-year-olds and up. Scratch the 1, It's a Bang Bang. Also scratch number 3, Shipman. Also scratch the 15, Mud Puddle, and the 16, Top Secret. A reminder, number 13, Boko, draws into the race. And number 14, Lupo's Legacy, draws into the race. Contrary to the program, the jockey for number 14, Lupo's Legacy, is James Graham. Double pick 3 and start of the late pick 4. Post time at 8 minutes. Number 11, Cape Trafalgar, has unseated the rider. Update in a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. A late scratch. Scratch number 11, Cape Trafalgar. Late scratch in Keeneland's 7th race. Scratch the 11, Cape Trafalgar. Scratched by the stewards on the advice of the state veterinarian. The winner of the Hagyard Best Turned Out Award for the 7th race, Abel Valise, the groom for number 8, Montauk Point. Congratulations, Abel.
Some drama here in the post parade as the 11 Cape Trafalgar does drop Luis Saez, but quickly corralled by the outrider here and will be a late scratch, but Luis Saez walking on his own accord back to the jock's room. So all is good with jockey Luis Saez and the horse, the 11 Cape Trafalgar. The 4 horse, Arrogate Spirit, it said dropped rider pre-race, a lost rider in the pre-race in his first race, but actually he's behaving himself quite well today. So I actually really like some of the things that I'm seeing from this horse. He doesn't seem unprofessional or quirky whatsoever. He seems like he's really minding his manners today. So definitely one you want to consider here if you're playing that late pick 4. The 14, Lupo's Legacy, draws in off the AE with some of the scratches in the body of the field. Jockey James Graham picks up this mount, who is just having an outstanding meet with the mounts that he has been getting. Positive ROI and just a really high win percentage as well. Jeremiah Englehart sends out this horse. He had an impressive winner on yesterday's program. I would not overlook this horse at 11-1. Might be a tricky trip to get with that outside draw, but in James Graham we trust. Definitely one I think you should pay attention to. And then finally the number 6, Pricing Power. First time starter coming out of the Chad Brown barn. When you looked at some of these horses, Cape Trafalgar, who is now out of the race included, that horse was huge, very tall, very big, had a lot of size to him. And this horse on the other side of the spectrum is smaller, is more racy, but man, is he fit. You can't really see him right now because he's behind the pony, but he's very fit in his hindquarters, a lot of muscle definition in his shoulder. It doesn't seem to be an ounce of fat on him. So well prepared, no surprise, coming out of the Chad Brown barn. The 6, Pricing Power, maybe one to consider as those first-time starters look to be pretty appealing. Pricing Power, the 6, and the 9, Power Seeker, another first-time starter. Once again, this race does kick off that late pick 4 sequence. We are 2 minutes out from race 7. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, the Bet, start of the late pick 4. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Lupo's Legacy from the outside. He's an Angel, and Montauk Point have early speed as well. Pricing Power moves up down toward the inside through a crowd of horses. Pricing Power up to put ahead in front. Montauk Point between horses second. Lupo's Legacy third up on the far outside. Plausible Denial is fourth down toward the inside. Arrogate Spirit is fifth in between horses. He's an Angel, sixth on the outside. Mamzouge is seventh against the rail. Power Seeker is eighth and running 9 lengths from the front, and is followed closely by Atlantic Dancer. Slides down to the inside there from the 9th position. Further back, Isitude is in 10th. Boko last of the 11th. It was 22.44 for that opening quarter. Pricing Power to the inside. Montauk Point, Lupo's Legacy stack up to the outside. They're the top three from the rail out, separated by a neck. Montauk Point has a head in front now. Lupo's Legacy, and then Pricing Power back toward the inside. Gap of 3 more lengths. Arrogate Spirit has to go toward the center of the track from 4th. Plausible Denial is in the 5th position. And then Atlantic Dancer, who's 6th on the outside, 5 from the lead. Lupo's Legacy is the leader. Lupo's Legacy with Atlantic Dancer and Power Seeker running late from the outside. Lupo's Legacy. Here comes Plausible Denial. Here comes Atlantic Dancer. Here comes Power Seeker. And Power Seeker mows them down for Joel Rosario. Atlantic Dancer was home second, and then it was Lupo's Legacy third.
The race for leading trainer gets tight as Brad Cox gets another victory to his name, the number 9 Power Seeker. Very well prepared for this debut. You could see a lot of horses kind of making that move, the speed falling apart in front of him, but he is out in the center of the racetrack, and Joel Rosario doing what he does best and timing that move perfectly, closing from off the pace to get up just in time. His first-time starter goes off at 5-1 and is a winner, the number 9 Power Seeker.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race: 9 Power Seeker first, 10 Atlantic Dancer second, 14 Lupo's Legacy third, 2 Mamzouge fourth, 9, 10, 14, 2. Unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th race, unofficial winner of the bets, number 9, Power Seeker, owned by Gary and Mary West, trained by Brad Cox, Joel Rosario, the winning jockey. Power Seeker, 3-year-old son of Distorted Humor, out of Windhoek by Mineshaft, bred in Virginia by Chance Farm and Distorted Humor Syndicate. A Keeneland September sales graduate gets the 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track in 1 minute 18.56 seconds. 10 training wins on the meet for Brad Cox, now tied with Todd Pletcher and Wesley Ward atop the trainer standings. Results of Keeneland's 7th race official. 9-10-14-2, the official results for race 7. In the winner's circle, the Betts Trophy presentation to the connections of number 9, Power Seeker. Keeneland's 8th race upcoming, the Bryan Station Stakes. The turf is firm, the rail at 20 feet today. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Looking ahead, the featured 9th race, the Hagyard Fayette. Scratch the 2 Chess Chief. That's in the featured 9th race. Scratch number 2 Chess Chief. No superfecta on that 9th event. No superfecta on race 9. 10th and final race, scratch the 4, Madam McLean, scratch the 10, Explicate, scratch the 12, Girl with a Dream, and scratch 13, Connie K. 10th and final race, scratch the 4, Madam McLean, also scratch the 10, Explicate, scratch the 12, Girl with a Dream, and scratch 13, Connie K. Jockey for the 5, Lemos Cunha, Joel Rosario. That's the 10th race, number 5, Lemos Cunha, the jockey, Joel Rosario.
Stakes action continues as we approach the Grade 3 Bryan Station. This race a mile on the firm turf course. And here's Balnikov, the number 2 horse for trainer Phil D'Amato, who had a fantastic summer out at Del Mar and had many wins out at the Del Mar summer meeting. And one of them was with this horse. He won the Oceanside Stakes 2 starts back in late July. I think the key to him is the mile distance. When you look at his mile races, I think they're far superior than his races that go a little bit farther, like the mile and an eighth or the mile and a 16. That one race in particular, 2 starts back on the Oceanside, this horse came from the clouds. And the acceleration and the turn of foot that I saw from him is kind of typical for a horse that really likes the mile distance. If you go longer than that, sometimes it can take a little wind out of their sails. It takes that potency of the turn of foot, that kick, and I just think he's better going shorter. So he's finally back to his best distance. And once again, that Oceanside Stakes race, it was a fast pace, but there were no other horses closing. Umberto Rispoli, who was aboard him that day, dove down to the rail, had this incredible turn of foot, and got up to win by over a length in the end. Visually, it was impressive, and it was just a solid event. Some of the horses that he beat in that race, I think, this is a tougher race, I will admit, but I still think he has the class in order to pull it off. So we go to the outside, the 8 Wit, Todd Pletcher, hoping to get another victory during this Keeneland fall meeting. And he comes out of a win last time out in the Better Talk Now. Now, we haven't seen him since late August, but I don't think that should be any bit of an issue. This horse has run well off of a freshening before in the past, including his Grade 3 Bayshore win at Aqueduct when he came in off of a layoff since the fall prior to. He has a lot of talent. He obviously is a graded stakes winner, multiple graded stakes winner on the dirt, and now a stakes winner on the turf. He's hoping to become a graded stakes winner on the turf as well today. There's not much not to like about the 8 Wit, except potentially the price, but right now I think 2-1 is a fair price on him. Then finally, the number 1, Ready to Perform. I don't know what to make of this horse. Kind of goes in and out of form and also in and out of showing early speed. He went gate to wire to beat Wit 2 starts back in the Grade 2 Hall of Fame. But other than that, he has never shown early speed. He's always closed from off of the pace. Now, I do like the fact that he turns back. He cuts back in distance to the mile from the mile and 5/16. And I truly don't think he liked Kentucky Downs that day. It was a heavy turf course. He didn't really show anything that day to go off as a 6-5 favorite. Didn't really show any bit of his normal self. So what side are we going to see Ready to Perform? Well, I hope we see the speedy side. I hope Joao Rosario is aggressive with this horse breaking out of the gate, and that might be his best chance of pulling away with a victory. He might have to face horses like the 5 Classic Causeway in terms of, horses that might show some early speed, but I think he could handle them from that inside rail. We'll see if Brad Cox can go back-to-back on today's card. It's the Grade 3 Bryan Station coming up in 15 minutes.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, 18th running of the Bryan Station Stakes, a Grade 3. For 3-year-olds at a mile on the turf, which is firm, rail at 20 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Post time at 6 minutes. Now the post parade for the Bryan Station. Number 1, Ready to Perform, owned by Donegal Racing of Jerry Crawford, trained by Brad Cox. Joe El Rosario, the jockey. 2, Balnikov is owned by Little Red Feather Racing of William Billy Koch, owned also by Madaket Stables LLC of Saul Kuman. Old Bones Racing Stable LLC of Andrew Mulaski, trained by Phil D'Amato. Tyler Gaffalione to ride. 3, Fort Washington, owned by Peter Brandt and Joseph Allen LLC of Joseph Allen, trained by Shug McGahee, jockey James Graham. 4, Axthelm, owned by Beverly Anderson and Edward Seltzer, trained by Safi Joseph Jr., Luis Saez to ride. 5, Classic Causeway, owned by Kentucky West Racing LLC of Patrick O'Keefe, owned also by Clark Cooper, trained by Kenny McPeak, the jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. 6, Portfolio Company, races for Klarovich Stables Incorporated of Seth Klarman, trained by Chad Brown, jockey Florent Giroux. 7, Double Clutch, owned by Calumet Farm of Brad Kelly, trained by Rusty Arnold, jockey Corey Lannery. 8 is Wit, owned by Rapoli Stable of Mike Rapoli, St. Elias Stable of Vincent Viola, Gainesway Stable Anthony Beck, trained by Todd Pletcher, jockey Jose Ortiz. 9, Wow What a Summer, owned by Jeremy Brooks, trained by James Lawrence II, Ray Gutierrez, the jockey. 10, Fuerteventura, owned by Robert LaPinta and Brereton Jones, trained by Jonathan Thomas, the jockey John Velasquez. 11, Stolen Base, owned by 3 Diamonds Farm of Kirk Wyckoff, owned also by Deuce Greathouse, Mike Maker, the trainer, Gerardo Corrales, the jockey. And 12, Play Action Pass, owned by August Dawn Farm of Dwayne Parcells, trained by Robbie Medina, Jose Lescano, the jockey. Post time for the Bryan Station, less than 5 minutes. The winner of the Hagyard Best Turned Out Award for the 8th race, Silberto Salcido, the groom for number 8, Wit. Congratulations, Silberto.
Taking a look at the field as they put in their final preparations here for the 8th race, the Grade 3 Bryan Station, and the 5 Classic Causeway on the board right now at 4-1. Now, I think this is a very nice horse, and he's certainly getting a class relief from the Grade 1 Turf Mile last time out. I'm still on the fence whether or not he's better at a mile or distances further than this, like the 1.5 miles that he competed at 2 starts back at the Belmont and Aqueduct meter. Even, I thought, actually one of his better races on form this year was obviously in the Grade 1 Belmont Derby when he won the Grade 1, but also the subsequent start in the Grade 1 Saratoga Derby Invitational. We'll see what he can do at a mile, but I will say he looks well turned out for trainer Kenny McPeak. The 8, Wit. Man, does he look good. I think he's going to be very, very tough to beat in this race. He's 9-5. It's probably the price that you're going to have to deal with on a horse like this, but just look at the class that he has. He had a really nice warm-up just a few moments ago under Jose Ortiz Jr., now turning him in to kind of look at the infield and get this horse to be relaxed, but he's just very professional. He physically looks great and also just has so much confidence about himself this afternoon. One other horse, though, that I wanted to mention, a much better price, 26-1, the 3, Fort Washington. And if you kind of look back at some of his races, he has had races fast enough to be competitive with this group, including in the Tail of the Cat at Monmouth, a race in which he beat Portfolio Company. And here, Portfolio Company, trained by Chad Brown, another long shot. But I just thought this horse had a very nice presence about him. When I was watching him in the post braid, he was really throwing his front feet out in front of him, ears forward, and acting like he's just taking it all in stride. So I really liked how this horse was behaving this afternoon at 27-1. Chick McGahee already with an impressive winner earlier on today's card. We'll see what he can do in this race at a much bigger price of 27-1. But they all have the 8 Wit to beat at 9-5.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, 18th running of the Bryan Station Stakes, Grade 3. They are at the post. They're off in the Bryan Station Stakes. Axthelm and Classic Causeway come out to vie for the early lead. Wit is there toward the outside. Fuerteventura comes away running in the fourth position. Starts to move up from the outside now, along with Play Action Pass. Classic Causeway has the lead, though. Classic Causeway gets over to the rail, leads it by a length. Fuerteventura goes second a length. Play Action Pass is third on the outside. And then comes Axthelm back toward the inside in the fourth position. Followed by Wit, a lane off the rail in fifth, ready to perform sixth, double clutch seventh between horses. Stolen Base, 3 wide onto the backstretch in eighth. Wow, What a Summer, ninth. Portfolio Company, 10th. Balnikov is 11th, and Fort Washington is last of the 12. Opening quarter went in 23.05 seconds. Classic Causeway leads at the midpoint of the backstretch, 3/4 of a length. Fuerteventura second by 2. Play Action Pass third, a length and a half. Axthelm is fourth, a length and a half. And then comes Wit, double clutch, ready to perform. Stolen Base, Wow, What a Summer. Portfolio Company, 46.72 seconds, the time for the opening half mile. Balnikov is next to last. Fort Washington trails. Onto the far turn they go. Classic Causeway leading at a half length. Fuerteventura is second. Play Action Pass gears up and goes 3 wide, a length off the lead third. Axthelm looks to the inside fourth. Wit is in fifth. 5 from the front. Has to angle to the center of the course. Ready to perform is 6 back toward the inside. Classic Causeway. Axthelm tries to draw alongside. Play Action Pass. Wit is fourth up on the outside as they move by the 8th pole. Classic Causeway. Wit. Play Action Pass. Axthelm trying to squeeze through down toward the inside. Wit to the front. Balnikov is running late from behind horses. Wit, Axthelm. Balnikov goes to third. Wit, Balnikov is coming late. Wit, Balnikov is coming. Balnikov gets it by a neck. What a stretch run. Tyler Gaffalione aboard.
Well, that was an exciting stretch run. It looked like Wit had this won at this point in time. He had so much horse underneath of him out in the center of the turf course, closing from off of the pace. Where does Balnikov even come from? He's kind of right inside the 6 at this point. Take a look at the 2 as he just turns it up a notch coming down the stretch and closes from off the pace to get up in the nick of time. I don't know how he did it, but it was a perfectly timed move by Tyler Gaffalione.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. Number 2, Balnikov, was first. Number 8, Wit, was second. Number 4, Axthelm, was third. Number 6, Portfolio Company, was fourth. 2-8-4-6 unofficial. Results of Keeneland's 8th race official. 2:846, the official results. Official winner of Keeneland's 8th race, taking the 18th running of the Bryan Station Stakes Grade 3, number 2, Balnikov, owned by Little Red Feather Racing of William Billy Koch, owned also by Madaket Stables LLC of Saul Kuman, and owned by the Old Bones Racing Stable LLC of Andrew Mulaski, trained by Phil D'Amato. Tyler Gaffalione, the winning jockey. His 20th win of the meet. He is tied now once again with Luis Saez atop the leading jockey standings. Balnikov, a 3-year-old gelded son of a day, out of Leeward by First Defense, bred in Ireland by De La Herner and Gastut Zerkusta. 1 mile over the turf, listed firm today, 1 minute 35.48 seconds. Results official, trophy presentation upcoming. Now the trophy presentation for the Bryan Station. Alan Foley makes the presentation to the connections of number 2, Balnikov. Alan will retire at the end of this year after more than 38 years of service in Keeneland maintenance and carpentry. Mouse, you will be missed.
Balnikov up in time for the Grade 3 Bryan Station. Tyler, what happened? How did you work out this trip today?
First off, I want to thank the Connections for this opportunity. That was a lot of fun to ride him. And also, Umberto Rispoli, he helped me out a lot, told me how to ride the horse. Worked out well, but man, he's got some turn of foot. All I had to do was find space.
How did you find that space?
I was wanting to get out, but they were fanning out, and the spot opened up inside. I followed Joel and was able to find some room.
Brilliant ride. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Here with Billy Koch as well. Billy, did you think this horse was going to get up today?
Tyler did an amazing job. That was a crazy ride. I haven't even watched the replay, but I know he was buried down on the rail. It got a little nerve-wracking. But then I saw once he got clear, he has that big turn of foot. And congratulations to Madaket and Saul and Andrew Mulaski. I know you're watching too. And Phil D'Amato, what an incredible job. Special thanks to Chris Davis, who helped us out while we were here. And incredible ride by Tyler, and to all the Little Red Feather partners out there, congratulations.
How does it feel to get this win on closing day of the fall meet?
Listen, any day at Keeneland is amazing, and the weather's been beautiful, and the people here are so nice, and they're so gracious, and so any win at Keeneland is special, but to win a race like this, it's really special.
Congratulations, Billy.
Thanks, Gabby.
All right, Balnikov with the victory in the Grade 3 Bryan Station.
Thank you, Gabby. Keeneland's ninth and featured race upcoming, the Grade 2 Hagyard Fayette. Main track is listed fast. This will start the last of the day's rolling double. Scratch the 2 Chess Chief. Number 2 Chess Chief is scratched. No superfecta on race 9. Looking ahead to the 10th and final race, a reminder, scratch the 4 Madam McLean. Scratch the 10 Explicate. Scratch the 12 Girl with a Dream. And scratch 13 Connie K. That's in the 10th and final race. Scratch the 4 Madam McLean. Scratch the 10 Explicate. Scratch the 12 Girl with a Dream, and scratch 13 Connie K. A reminder, the jockey for the 5 Lemos Cunha, Joel Rosario. That's the 10th race, number 5 Lemos Cunha, the jockey Joel Rosario.
Up next is the Grade 2 Haggard Fayette here at 1 1/8 on the main track. Scratch the 2 Chess Chief here. And a little fun fact about Tyler Gaffleone. He has 6 stakes victories so far at the Keeneland Fall Meet. If he wins this race, that would mean 7. He would tie the record that Pat Day currently holds in most stakes in a single race meet here at Keeneland. So there's history on the line here with Tyler Gaffleone aboard the outside runner in Last Samurai, the number 6. But here's my top selection, the number 1, West Will Power for trainer Brad Cox, just because this horse has so much natural early speed. He took the field gate to wire last time out in a very tough 3 other than allowance race at 1 1/8. I think the 1 1/8 is a difference maker for this horse too. I've always said this, sometimes at 1 1/8, you just need to have that staying power. Most oftentimes, horses that are just a little one-paced, they have more success at this distance, especially if they have a little bit more speed, because they can just keep on keeping on. And that's what I see with the 1 West Will Power. And his speed, he can use his speed to his advantage to try to upset the number 4 First Captain as we take a look at him at 4 to 5. Now, I did speak to trainer Shug McGahee a little bit earlier today, and he said he loves him at this distance. It's just kind of the smaller field that might be a problem, because this horse likes to be taken back off the pace and then make that closing run into the pace. Number one, I don't think there's a lot of pace in here. And also in these smaller fields, weird things can happen in terms of the pace, and you never want to take a horse out of their preferred running style, and that might have to be the case with the 4 First Captain. But Luis Saez has been aboard him the past 3 starts. He guided him to victory in the Grade 3 Pimlico Special back on Preakness weekend. So we'll see what he can do in closing from off of it today. And then finally, the number 5 horse is the 3rd selection, King Fury. This horse has really had some moments of brilliance, including right here at Keeneland when he won the Grade 3 Lexington Stakes. That was during the spring meet of last year. He actually did run in this particular race last year, where he finished 3rd behind Independence Hall and Code of Honor. That was a very, very tough race that year. He is trying to get back on track, but look, he faced some bears last time out in the Grade 2 Lucas Classic, Hot Rod Charlie and Rich Strike. He faced a Kentucky Derby winner. He faced a Grade 1 winner in Hot Rod Charlie. They're both headed towards the Breeders' Cup Classic. So I would say this is a big class relief for this horse and a nice price at 7 to 1. He could certainly win. This is a stellar group of horses, smaller field, but all of them accomplished in their own right. We are 11 minutes out from the 9th race. Once again, the Grade 2 Haggard Fayette.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th and featured race, 65th running of the Hagyard Fayette. Grade 2 stakes for 3-year-olds and up at 1 1/8 over the fast main track. Scratch the 2 Chess Chief. Number 2 Chess Chief is scratched. No superfecta on this 9th race. This will start the last of the day's rolling doubles. Post time in 5 minutes. Let's meet the starters for the featured Hagyard Fayette Race 9. Number 1 is West Willpower, owned by Gary and Mary West, trained by Brad Cox, the jockey Joel Rosario. 2 is Scratch. 3 is Folsom, owned by Judd Mont to Fahad bin Khalid, trained by Brad Cox, the jockey Florent Giroux. 4, First Captain, owned by West Point Thoroughbreds LLC of Terry Finley, owned by Sienna Farm LLC of Anthony Manganero, owned also by Bobby Flay and by Woodford Racing LLC of William S. Farish Jr., trained by Shug McGahee, the jockey Luis Saez. 5, King Fury, owned by Fern Circle Stables of Paul Fireman, and 3, Chimneys Farm LLC of Gonzalo Torrealba, trained by Kenny McPeak, the jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. And 6, Last Samurai, owned by Willis Horton Racing LLC of Kevin Horton, trained by D. Wayne Lucas, the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. The Hagyard Fayette in 3 minutes. The winner of the Hagyard Fayette Best Turned Out Award, Benjamin Maldonado, the groom for number 4, First Captain. Congratulations, Benjamin.
The field is on the track for the Grade 2 Hagyard Fayette, and I honestly think all of these horses look good. All of these horses look absolutely fantastic today. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here this afternoon. So we will talk about 2 horses that I did not talk about in the paddock because I really don't think anyone in particular stands out from the rest, at least physically on track today. All looking fantastic. The number 3 Folsom, though, Brad Cox sending out 2 horses in the 1 West Willpower, but also the 3 Folsom. He comes out of the Grade 3 ACAC last time out behind Senor Buscador. I just like the added distance for this horse. I don't necessarily think that he's proficient at, or I shouldn't say he's not proficient at the mile because he did win the Grade 3 Oaklawn Mile, but he is a very versatile sort. I had a tough time leaving him out of my top 3, especially considering that he's a horse that just loves to win. He shows up almost each and every time. He's an 8-time winner out of 15 starts. He's a very classy individual. Juddmont Farms homebred, comes from a very nice family, of course, no surprise there, and a son of Into Mischief. He is a closer, though. He and First Captain are probably going to be making a similar move from off the pace. We'll see who gets the best trip. Folsom, ridden by Florent Giroux this afternoon. And then the outside runner, the 6, Last Samurai. Again, Tyler Gaffalione looking to tie that stakes record that Pat Day set. This horse, trained by D. Wayne Lucas, comes out of the Charlestown Classic last time out. He can have a tendency to go a little bit in and out of form. By far, his most impressive race was at this distance, and that was in the Grade 2 Oaklawn Handicap earlier this spring at Oaklawn. He's looking to get back on track, and he very well could. I mean, look at the fields that he's faced. Olympiad, Art Collector, so on and so forth. I think all of these horses equally look good, and they all have a lot of class. But on paper, the 4 First Captain is the horse to beat. We'll see if he gets the right type of trip, though, giving Shug McGahee 2 winners on today's card. We are a minute out from the featured 9th.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th and featured race, 65th running of the Hagyard Fayette, Grade 2. They are at the post. And they're off in the Hagyard Fayette Stakes. There goes West Willpower out for the lead. Last Samurai comes out running in the second position, but it will be West Willpower who sets the tempo as they head down to the first turn. West Willpower has the early advantage, a length and a half. Last Samurai goes second. King Fury third up on the outside. And then First Captain, who's down toward the inside now in the fourth spot. Folsom last of the five as they move around that first turn. West Willpower the leader. West Willpower by just a length. Now they're going to start to stack up to his outside because Last Samurai is there between horses and King Fury right there toward the center of the track. 25.17 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Then there's a gap of 5 more lengths back to First Captain, 3.5 back of that when Folsom brings up the back as they head toward the midpoint of the backstretch here at Keeneland and the Hagyard Fayette. West Willpower the leader. West Willpower on top by just 2 lengths as they head for the far turn. For now, Last Samurai has backed away to second, a half length, and King Fury third, then a gap of 2.5 back to First Captain. Folsom at the back. It was 49.17 seconds for that opening half mile. West Willpower the leader. West Willpower by just over 2 lengths. Last Samurai, King Fury on the outside, gap of 3 to Folsom, and First Captain is last and 6 lengths off the lead as they round the far turn. West Willpower the leader. West Willpower leads it by 3 lengths to the top of the stretch. King Fury taking second by a neck. Last Samurai still there, but third to his inside. Folsom in fourth. First Captain last to the 5, not responding yet. 8 lengths from the lead. West Willpower has the lead. Last Samurai is second. King Fury, Folsom, First Captain at the back. Final furlong of the Hagyard Fayette. West Willpower comes to the 16th pole, solid with a 4-length lead. Folsom runs on to try to challenge for second, but it will be West Willpower, Joel Rosario, to win the Hagyard Fayette. Folsom was up for second, and then it was Last Samurai in third, King Fury fourth, and First Captain fifth in 1 minute 50.68 seconds.
We talked about this horse's natural speed. Joel Rosario putting this horse on the front end and slowing the pace down. 25 and change for the opening quarter, 49 and change for the half. And that's all it really takes with this type of caliber of racehorse. Just slowing it down and taking the field gate to wire as Joel Rosario gets the victory for trainer Brad Cox. And he adds another win to the tally and making him putting him atop the trainer standings right now as we lead into the 10th.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's featured ninth race: number 1, West Willpower first. Number 3, Folsom was second. Number 6, Last Samurai third. Number 5, King Fury fourth. 1-3-6-5 unofficial. Results are official for Keeneland's featured ninth race, the Hagyard Fayette. The official winner, number 1, West Willpower. 2 wins today for the owner-trainer-jockey combination, Gary and Mary West, Brad Cox, Joel Rosario. Bernardini, the sire of this 5-year-old horse out of Wild Promises by Wild Event, bred in Kentucky by Gary and Mary West Stables Incorporated, 9 furlongs over the fast main track this afternoon, 1 minute 50.68 seconds. And again, the results are official. 1-3-6-5, the official results. 4 wins total at the meet for owners Gary and Mary West, and they will rank as the leading owners for the fall meet at Keeneland for 2022. Brad Cox leading the trainer standings now by a count of 11-10. Wesley Ward and Todd Pletcher tied in second. And then the tie atop the jockey standings, Tyler Gaffalione, Luis Saez, 20 wins each as we get ready to head toward the 10th and final race. Hagyard Fayette Trophy presentation up next. And the trophy presentation representing Hagyard Equine Medical Institute, Dr. Luke Fallon, Dr. Kevin Feaster, Dr. Jeffrey L. Pumphrey. Hagyard celebrating its 10th year as sponsored of the Fayette, and they present to the connections of number 1, West Willpower.
West Willpower takes the grade 2 Hagyard Fayette, and Joel Rosario aboard for the victory. Joel, what were you thinking with those early fractions, just being able to dictate on the front end?
Yeah, I mean, he looked very comfortable up there, just like Brock said, just, let it go, do his thing. And, he seemed pretty confident there. And, he just took it for home. He just kept moving forward.
You've had quite a weekend, quite a week here at Keeneland. How can you put that into words, just the success that you've had the past couple of days?
Really thankful to all the people who really give me the support. I really can be even more blessed. Thanks to Ron, my agent, he's the best. And thanks to Brad and then Gary Mary West for the opportunity and this one today.
Congratulations, Joel.
Thank you.
All right, Brad. Well, what do you think of that performance today? Is this just a completely different horse when he at this distance or on the front end?
Yeah, I think he likes being on the front. He likes the 2 turns. I want to start by thanking Team West for giving us the horse. And we had to back off of him last fall. He had a couple minor issues, give him plenty of time. They were patient, so patience pays off in this game. And it worked out today. Very proud of the horse and the effort.
The worst you can do is tie for leading trainer, as Wesley Ward has a couple in the last race. But how does it feel to wrap up another title?
It's great. I mean, Keeneland's very special to us. Our whole team means a lot to us to come here in the spring and the fall. They're both tough meets. They're short, but they're tough. And I'm very proud of my son, Blake. It's his second time being here in the fall. I'm proud of our whole team, but he stepped up. He did a good job, and I can tell you he really wanted to win this or be a part of it. So very proud of the whole team, the whole staff, and congratulations to our group and our team and the West as well.
A lot of time and energy goes into it. Congratulations on this one, Brad.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Gabby.
West Willpower takes the grade 2 Hagyard Fayette.
Thank you, Gabby. Keeneland's 10th and final race upcoming. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $8,599. Mandatory payout today being the final day of the fall meeting. A reminder, scratch the 4, Madam McLean. Also scratch the 10, Explicate. Scratch the 12, Girl with a Dream. And scratch the 13, Connie K. Again, scratch the 4, Madam McLean. Scratch the 10, Explicate. Also scratch the 12, Girl with a Dream, and the 13, Connie K. A reminder, the jockey for the 5, Lemos Cunha, Joel Rosario. Number 5, Lemos Cunha, the jockey, Joel Rosario. Turf is firm, rail at 20 feet.
10th and final race of this Keeneland Fall Meet is coming up. I shouldn't say final because we still have 2 days of the most exciting days of racing all year round, and that is the Breeders' Cup World Championships coming here to Lexington, Kentucky in just a week's time. Looking forward to that, but in terms of the fall meeting, yes, this is the final race of the day. Do take note that Super High Five carryover, and it does happen in this race, so you have 14 minutes to post. 5.5 furlongs on the turf course. Turf, of course, is firm. This allowance race I thought was very, very tough, but my angle is when one trainer has 2 horses in a race, you bet the one that has bigger odds, and that's the case here with the number 6 Spicy Marg, as Wesley Ward sends out the 1 at 4-5 and the 6 at 7-2, so a much better price. And honestly, I don't see anything wrong with this filly. She ran really well last time out. She's a filly that needs the lead, and unfortunately last time out at Pimlico she was drawn post 10 of 11, so she really had to hustle out of the gate to clear the field, and she just faded to finish 4th that day. I actually also think she might be a little bit better at 5.5 furlongs versus 5 furlongs. It just gives her that ability to take a deep breath in the middle stages of this race. Spicy Marg for me on top. The number 1, Legal Smile, is the 4-5 favorite for trainer Wesley Ward. And yes, she is the class of this field. She comes out of a defeat last time out at Saratoga in the Smart and Fancy. She lost by 3/4 of a length to Caravel, who we saw win a stakes race for trainer Brad Cox last weekend here at Keeneland. So if Caravel was in this race, she would be a heavy, heavy, heavy favorite. And the fact that she only lost to her by less than a length just goes to show you the class that Illegal Smile has. I don't mind the inside post position for her either. She's not necessarily a closer. She should be able to sit a closer trip. As we look at the number 3, New Boss, finally, as riders are being legged up, New Boss I will use to round out the trifecta. All right, riders up. We will take a closer look at these horses as they come trackside in just a few moments.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Maple Hill. An allowance for fillies and mares age 3 and up, 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf, the rail set at 20 feet. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $8,599, mandatory payout. Final day of Keeneland's fall meeting. Scratch the 4, Madam McLean. Also scratch the 10, Explicate. Also scratch the 12, Girl with a Dream, and scratch number 13, Connie K. A reminder, the jockey for the 5, Lemos Cunha, Joel Rosario. Joel Rosario, the jockey for number 5, Lemos Cunha. Post time at 8 minutes. The winner of the Hagyard Best Turned Out Award for the 10th race, Jose Orantes, the groom for number 7, Violenza. Congratulations, Jose.
Well, the favorite certainly does look tough to beat at 3 to 5. That's the one, Illegal Smile, for trainer Wesley Ward. But we'll look at some other options to maybe throw into that Super High 5, or maybe the Trifecta or Exacta, and try to beef it up with some bigger prices. The number 7, Violenza, I thought made a really nice appearance here for trainer Ian Wilkes. She comes out of a grade 3 event last time out at Kentucky Downs where she really didn't show up. But if you look at some of her races at traditional turf courses like Ellis Park or Colonial, or even right here at Keeneland, I think the key to her is a very firm turf course and a fast pace. She should be able to get an honest pace. I don't know that it's going to be fast, but I just thought she made a nice appearance here for trainer Ian Wilkes this afternoon to try to look at as a big long shot. The 11, Sarah Mia, is another one. Robertino Diodoro sends this horse out. He got this horse just a few starts back and shortened her up in distance in that 2 other than allowance race here at Keeneland. So back off short rest, and sometimes you can think of that as a very positive sign. Horses are doing well. They didn't really get tired from their last race, and sometimes we see horses come back off short rest and they can improve in that second start. That might be the case for her, and if that's the case, she'll hit the board at a nice price at 7 to 1. But it is all about the one, Illegal Smile, as she is your post-time heavy favorite at 4 to 5.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Maple Hill. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Spicy Marg. And there goes Miner's Queen. These two come right to the front of the opening stride. Spicy Marg has the early lead by just a neck. Miner's Queen right there to the inside. Then a gap of 2 lengths to Ambassador Luna third. Illegal Smile is fourth to the inside. New Boss fifth between horses. A break of 3 more lengths to Violinza, who travels in the 6th position. Chitara 7th on her outside. Lemos Cunha against the rail is 8th. Sarah Mia wide in 9th. 21.84 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Spicy Marg leads the field against the rail now around the far turn by a length. Ambassador Luna goes in the 2nd position by just a half length. Miner's Queen is 3rd. Illegal Smile trying to change lanes to get toward the outside from 4th. She's still nearly 5 lengths off the lead. They turn for home. Miner's Queen comes up the inside. Spicy Marg has the lead, though. Ambassador Luna now Illegal Smile, then New Boss down the center of the course. Miner's Queen charging up the inside, takes the lead. Spicy Marg is 2nd. Violinza runs late. Illegal Smile is in 4th. Miner's Queen with the lead. Violinza running late toward the rail. Miner's Queen, 26-1 upset for Luis Saez, who clinches an undisputed title as leading jockey for Keeneland Fall 2022.
And a little fist bump on the gallop out. Congratulations to Luis Saez, taking the leading jockey title here at the Keeneland Fall Meet with 21 victories, and he goes out with a bang, 26-1. He finds the seam down on the inside. I don't know where he came from, but this was a beautiful ride by jockey Luis Saez to get the victory for trainer Ray Hernandez, and really upsetting the apple cart in today's finale. Congratulations to Luis Saez with the leading jockey, and also Brad Cox with clinching the trainer's title as well. It's going to be the 2-7 exacta as they cross the line in the 10th and final race of this Keeneland Fall Meet.
Photo for show. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th and final race. Number 2, Miners Queen, was first. Number 7, Violenza, was second. 11, Sarah Mia, third. 6, Spicy Marg, fourth. 1, Illegal Smile, fifth. 2, 7, 11, 6, 1, unofficial. Results official for Keeneland's 10th race. 2, 7, 11, 6, 1, the official results in the winner's circle for the Maple Hill Race 10. The official winner, number 2, Miners Queen, owned by Ed and Susie Orr, trained by Ray Hernandez, a riding triple for Luis Saez today. That gives him 21 wins for the meet, and he will be the leading jockey for Keeneland Fall Meeting 2022. Miners Queen, a 4-year-old filly by Bernardini out of Queen's Award by Medaglia d'Oro, bred in Kentucky by Mr. and Mrs. Almazetti and Mr. and Mrs. Ed Orr. 1 minute 3.03 seconds for the 5.5 furlongs over the turf listed firm here today. Pick 6 pays on 5 of 6 today. Here's the trophy presentation for Race 10, the Maple Hill. The connections of Miners Queen in the winner's circle. Again, the pick 6 pays on 5 of 6. The late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. Congratulations not only to Luis Saez, the meet's leading jockey, also to Brad Cox, the meet's leading trainer with 11 victories, and Gary and Mary West, leading owners of the meet, with 4 wins. Lots more to come in the days ahead. Next Friday and Saturday, the Breeders' Cup World Championships here at Keeneland and the annual November breeding stock sale to get underway on Monday, November 7. Turf pick 3, $5,414 for that 2-2-2 combination. We do thank you for being with us on behalf of Keeneland, also for Hagyard. We bid you good evening.